I know I got it. I got it.
I didn't even recognize myself. Which one's me? I know. It's so cute. Good, Good evening, it is 6 p.m. and I'm calling to order the Sunnyvale School District's regular board meeting.
Buenas tardes, vamos a comenzar la
26.
junta directiva del distrito de Sunnyvale.
I see that all board members are present, so we can begin. The
Ya
meeting
veo que
is
todos estamos
available
presentes y que vamos a
in English
empezar.
and Spanish. Would the translator please give instructions on translation services available?
Yes, of course. Good afternoon. We will be using the Zoom interpretation feature for English and Spanish. Everyone must choose the language of preference when the host begins the interpretation. I will now repeat the instructions in Spanish. Buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a estar utilizando la función de Zoom para apoyo en inglés y en español. Todos los participantes deben de seleccionar su idioma de preferencia haciendo clic en el idioma correspondiente cuando el anfitrión active la función de interpretación. Dicha función se encuentra en el panel de herramientas en el icono del globo terráqueo. El modo de interpretación para esta reunión será simultáneo. Gracias por su atención y colaboración.
Thank you so much. Please note that a recording is being made at the direction of the board and the recording may capture sounds of those attending the meeting. Moving on to approval of agenda. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak on this item, which is solely about the agenda, please raise hand or please turn in a blue card or use the raise hand feature online. Not seeing any, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda series.
Second. Oh, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So moved by Ms. Trustee Hubis-Wagner and seconded by Trustee Profeta. Item passes unanimously. We're moving on to closed session. If there are any comments pertaining to closed session items, please raise your hand or turn in a blue card. Are there any public comments for this item? All right, so we will now recess into closed session. The time is 6:02 p.m. We expect to return shortly after 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Now. It's cheap. Oh no, oh yeah.
It is now 6:33 p.m. and I'm calling back to order the Sunnyvale School District's regular board meeting. We will be reconvening to closed session after item 14A, so there is nothing to report out at this moment. We're moving on to flag salute, agenda item 7. Tonight's flag salute will be led by
What's your name again?
Jeremiah. Where are you from?
Columbia.
From Columbia Middle School, thank you.
Please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, we're moving on to item 8, the living land acknowledgement. And today that will be read by
Viviana.
Viviana, and from Santa,
Yes.
from Columbia Middle School.
Sunnyvale School District is located on the ancestor unled land of Mwaka Ohlone, Ohlone tribe, who have peacefully honored and cared for the land for thousands of years. We've recognized every member of the Sunnyvale community continues to benefit and use the occupation from this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and consider that we might need to repair injustices to move forward together in honorable ways.
Thank you, Viviana. We're moving on to item 9, reports, and we'll start off with student reports. At this time, I'd like to hear from student board representatives. We will start with Sunnyvale Middle School.
Good evening, Board President Brewster, trustees, Superintendent Crosthwaite, and community. We are excited to share about some of the recent events at Sunnyvale Middle School. Our 7th and 8th grade students recently concluded their Winter Olympics skiing competition. Over a span of 3 weeks, students were paired up with their peers across every period and would play various sports to accumulate points for the team each day. Some of the sports played were hockey, volley tennis, and pickleball. Over the 3-week period, each team or country went after points until a final team winner was crowned. This event was very well run, and every student I know had a lot of fun competing against their friends. This is just one of the many PE run events that helps to spark community. Events like these are not only fun, but also encourage friendly competition and spur many conversations between students. Personally, I have made a lot of new friends through my Winter Olympic teams, and I know many other students have as well. We also recently had a student-initiated fundraiser at our winter concert, which successfully raised $2,102 for Sunnyvale Community Services with the help of our food and nutrition teacher, Mr. Herrera. Now Kyla, one of the students who helped run the fundraiser, will talk about her experience.
Hello, my name is Kylie Rand. I'm a 6th grader and I am one of the leaders of a fundraiser that we held on December 9th, the day of our winter concert. It all started when my friends and neighbors, Celia, Sahana, Samara, Nandita, Nirvitar, and I heard that the government recently had a shutdown, which means that all the people who rely on the government for their groceries don't get them for the amount of time that the shutdown lasts. We decided that we had to take action. We met up on weekends at one of our houses and debated how we could help. We arranged to do a fundraiser to sell homemade crafts and baked goods, and called it Little Kids, Big Hearts. Then Celia thought we should involve the school. We asked Mr. Herrera, the food and nutrition teacher, and some other friends to support us. With the help of Mr. Herrera and the SMS staff, we were able to expand this fundraiser to our winter concert. We settled on donating all of our earnings to Sunnyvale Community Services, a nonprofit organization. We went to Mr. Herrera's on the day before the fundraiser and prepared all the food. Our stand outside of Sonora's earned $1,600, and we ended up selling out on pretty much everything at the concert, and donating an additional $2,102 to Sunnyvale Community Services. This experience shows that just an idea that some kids had can make a huge difference in a community when we put our heads together and work towards a goal. Kyla and her friends showed Spartan pride leading the fundraiser. Specifically, they showed empathy and determination in hosting a fundraiser for those in need in our community. This is one example of our students showing Spartan pride. We recently had an event honoring students who show Spartan pride around campus. This was the first time we have done this, and it was a huge success. Each staff member had the opportunity to select students for each category of pride, from prepared to empathy. All students who were identified by teachers by exemplifying one of the attributes of pride were invited for a pancake breakfast hosted and cooked by none other than Mr. Booth. This is important because it showed students that they are appreciated for their hard work promoting Spartan pride around campus. This is one of the ways our school community celebrates our achievements and growth. On behalf of Sunnyvale Middle School, thank you for your support, taking the time and interest to listen to our school's growth and development. Furthermore, we also heard that it's Board Appreciate Month, so we have a small gift for you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Caleb, Kyla, and Ellie. And we're going to be moving on to Columbia Middle School student reports, please.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Closer, and Sunnyvale community. My name is Adriana Bockenkamp, and I'm the 7th grade president here at Columbia Middle School. Something that you might want to know about me is I'm a student athlete here at CMS, but I'm also a student athlete outside of school, and I play for a competitive softball team. We are the future of Columbia Middle School. We appreciate your time and chance to share our student voices. Tonight we are excited to share some updates from our school like sports, Valentine Rams, and most importantly, the Valentine's Dance. I'm excited to say that I was able to be a part of the leadership class at CMS this year, and in that class we get to organize activities such as Valentine's Dance, haunted houses, and other fun activities. Also, by being the 75th president at Columbia Middle School, I get to be part of selling Valentine grants. Valentine grants are fun presents for you or your friends that contain candy, stuffed animals, and fidgets. They get delivered on the last week of February before break. One of our upcoming events is the Valentine's Dance. At the Valentine's Dance, we will have cornhole booth, a photo booth, and fun cultural dances. And other fun, exciting things. We will have exciting cultural dances we get to learn during PE so everyone knows and understands everyone's culture and is able to take part in these dances. One of the songs that we're going to play is the Cupid Shuffle, which is originated in the USA. Now for the sports. Last season we had volleyball, which I took part in, and we did pretty good. We also had co-ed cross country, and they did pretty good last season. This current season at CMS offers girls soccer and boys volleyball. I participated in girls volleyball last year and this year. In my 6th grade year, we played in girls volleyball and we went to the playoffs. Hopefully this year we make it a lot farther with your support. As for our current sport, girls soccer 6, 7, and they're not doing the best, but 7 and 8 are doing a bit better. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity.
Good evening. My name is Isabella Higgs, and I'm an 8th grader at Columbia Middle School. We are here to represent Columbia Middle School, and I am here today to talk about all the exciting things happening in my classes at Columbia Middle School. Firstly, I want to thank you all for your leadership in listening to us share and uplift student voices. At Columbia Middle School, I'm in the elective AVID, which helps students get prepared for college and helps us on things we're confused about. In AVID, we are writing an essay about how procrastination and mental health are related to each other. This helps us prepare for college, but especially for high school, because it allows us to understand the things that can distract us from doing work and how to avoid it. Another class I'm in is Algebra 1. In Algebra 1, we are learning about sequences and functions and how they are different from each other. A sequence is a list of term numbers that are integers which can have negatives or decimals in the term. Meanwhile, functions are when x can only have one element of y. They are different because functions can have negative and decimals in the term, but sequences can't. In ELA, we are preparing to read the book Frankenstein by Bruce Grimley. We are currently making a monster on how we perceive a monster. I've learned that Frankenstein was written during the Industrial Revolution, which in summary is when machines started to take over jobs and the people who got their jobs taken away got frustrated, which created the Industrial Revolution. In social studies, we are learning about how Andrew Jackson and what he did for America. Currently in social studies, we are reading TCI sections and lessons and filling out questions that come with the readings to summarize what we read about. My teacher goes over what we read about and answers questions we have. This is helpful to my learning because she makes sure that we actually understand what we're learning and makes it interesting. In conclusion, my classes are interesting and prepare me for high school. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my experience at Columbia Middle School. Have a good day.
Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Martinez Alcazar, and I am the 6th grade student body president for Columbia Middle School. I would like to tell you about our Ruby Bridges walk we had last month. For our Ruby Bridges walk, we got some people together during lunch and walked around the track. This walk was to honor Ruby Bridges, who was the first African American student to attend an all-white school. We had an eating greet a couple of weeks ago. Our parents came and brought us lunch and ate there with us. Lunch that day was extended by 20 minutes, so we had an hour lunch. During the eating break, there was an auction where you could bid for items. A few weeks ago, we had a Fiesta de Ugly Sweater party. It was a party where you could bring your family and friends to enjoy the holiday season. It was held after school from 5 to 8 p.m. You would go there to receive the items that you had bid for, and you could also bid for items there. They offered people cotton candy, pizza, and popcorn. In club news, there are 2 clubs. Basketball club is held during lunch, and wrestling club is held every Friday after school. We had a spirit week at Columbia Middle School. a month ago, and the first day was Cozy Day, where we brought a blanket or stuffed animal. The second day was Fictional Character Day, where we dressed as a fictional character, and the third day was grade age day, where sixth graders dressed like babies, seventh graders dressed like kids, and eighth graders dressed like old people. The fourth day was Whiteout Day, where we all wore white clothes and went to the multi to have a snowball fight. The fifth day was Ugly Sweater Day, where we wore ugly sweaters. In our future at Columbia Middle School, we will sell candy crowns on February 9th to 12th. You could buy them for a special someone, and you could leave them a special note inside. The Valentine's Day crowns will be delivered on February 13th for Valentine's Day. In sixth grade science, we are trying to figure out if something is living or dead or was never alive. To figure this out, we will observe certain objects for a few days and see if it shows any of the 7 characteristics of life. Those characteristics are growth, reproduce, movement, respond, nutrients, gas exchange, or death. Some things you might be interested to know about me is that I play football, go to car shows, and cultural festivals. I like to work hard and have a fun time. I have a goal of inviting every Columbia student and staff member to this party at the end of the year. To make it happen, I am fundraising and I would like to ask if anyone would like to contribute. Please feel free to visit us and donate at our school. Thank you for considering. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
At this time, I'd like to invite all of our student reporters and Principals Iwasaki and Poe to come up for a picture before we move on.
Thank you for hosting us. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Great job. Thank you. Great job. Thanks for
Jeremy's coffee on the.
I think you guys in the front, yeah. Doing their job.
And I want to make sure I can see everyone. Does that help you go closer to Vince? Perfect.
Yeah, you probably can go back.
All good. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for
guys. Good job.
Thank you once again for coming. We are on agenda item 9B, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Crossman.
Thank you, President Chen Brewster. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome back. So great to have our students and hear their updates again from CMS and SMS. I want to just, I know it's the new year, new opportunities, resolutions, and things, but the start of 2026 has not been easy. And so I just want to acknowledge the fear and the anxiety that many of our families, our staff, and our students are feeling as, I don't even want to call it immigration enforcement, but it's more about intimidation tactics that are happening throughout the country. And they're being used to threaten and intimidate communities, and especially our young people. So I just want to again reiterate that here in Sunnyvale, we remain committed, and we stand with our families, and our commitment to ensure that our schools are safe and welcoming for all of our students, staff, and our families. And so I want to acknowledge our school board on Board Appreciation Month for their steadfast leadership. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge all of our staff across the organization, and of course, our families, our parents, and our communities. And as a district, we will continue to lead with compassion, clarity, and especially courage at moments like this. Let's go to the next slide, please. So it's Trustee Appreciation Month, and I want to thank all of our schools, our scholars, our staff, who took the time to write these beautiful, heartwarming messages, cards. You can see them around in the boardroom. We got, from so many schools, even, I know that you're all using AI because we got some pretty cool AI images as well. There it is right there. And so it's just pretty amazing. So just again, thank you for everything you do. It's just a small little token of appreciation to acknowledge your time, commitment, and everything that you offer the Sunnyvale School District as well. And we have a little brief video on the next slide from one of our schools. Go Eagles. Thank you so much for submitting that video. Let's go to the next slide, please. I have a few things to share with you. So first I want to thank our school board for the opportunity to attend the Gates Foundation, the Learning Analytics and Evidence Advisory. I was there yesterday and the day before, and it was an international group that came from different countries and all over the United States and included a few of us from K-12. There was 3 people. I was the only superintendent there, 2 assistant superintendents. And then we had nonprofits there, we had professors, we had investment firms, universities, etc. But really it was an opportunity for us to convene around, how do we reimagine what's happening in schools in terms of evaluating the work, the student impact, and then how we can best use today's tools and technology to move away from a one-size-fits-all approach to personalized instruction and making sure that our students and staff have the tools to better support, schools and districts and overall kids. So it's just a great opportunity to be in that space. It was a lot of work. It was, imagine being in like heavy lecture discussions, but all day, and we got we did get a lunch, some really brief breaks, but it was just a great opportunity to be there and to represent Sunnyvale in that space. Let's go to the next slide. And so again, it's an opportunity for us to again revisit as we're going through this process of an ELA pilot and looking at other instructional tools, but also addressing some of the things that we know that we need to continue working on and improving on, such as our multi-tier systems of support, also known as MTSS. And again, asking ourselves, how else can we better support our staff to make sure that they have the tools and the professional development that they need, but also knowing that we got to do it in collaboration. It is not about the superintendent, the board saying that everybody will do the following, but we're engaging in some of these conversations. And given all the fast changes with AI, one is we know it's here, it's not going away, but what else do we need to do as an organization to build up literacy with our staff, right, our parents, but also with our young people. And there was a recent article, and I know Dr. Valentine is heading off to Finland next week. And so I asked you to check in on this for me. But Finland has started AI literacy, and it's in kindergarten. And so they do it all the way up. And it's something that we got an opportunity to learn from as well. And I'll tell you, there's theoretical models using AI that are modeling or mimicking students and how they respond. So many things that are happening at such a fast pace. And so there's some dangers out there as well. We need to recognize that. But at the same time, we need to continue building capacity across the organization to ensure that our young people, as well as the adults, are aware of what's out there and what it should we be wary of as well. But the other thing is, this is also potentially an opportunity to address some equity gaps that we have, not only here in Sunnyvale, but in other areas as well as a nation. And so this is a report that is expected around March, and just hope to be able to share more information with you in the near future. Happy to announce, and I know I've mentioned this to some people in the past, let's go to the next slide, is that we're gonna be creating a certificated superintendent advisory committee. And you can see there are reasons why there, but really I wanna be engaged in more conversations with our certificated employees around instruction and what's happening in the classroom, and what are we doing to do differently, just sort of align to some of the conversations from the Gates Foundation. But really an opportunity to think about where do we want to be in the future along our strategic plan, our vision, etc. So moving forward, and more details to come in the near future. My goal is to have at least one meeting before the end of this year, but try to have 2 to 3 meetings the following school year. And with that, let's go to the next, yes.
I have a question, so. Thank you, sir, just a clarifying question, so for certificated staff, are you talking about classroom teachers as well as people from the district office, like will it be, are you
Yeah, it'll be more sites than district office, I'll be the district office person.
Okay.
But really with our staff at the school sites, but not just the classroom teachers, but also staff who are providing direct support to our kids. And it could be outside, yeah. Let's go to the next slide, please. The one after that. So just want to provide a brief update on the after school program. So we are anxiously moving forward with expanding the after school programs. And this is an opportunity for us to learn so that we can revisit how we can best serve the community for the 26-27 school year. We're expanding on a limited basis at Bishop Ellis, Lakewood, and San Miguel Elementary. This will be an after school program till 6 o'clock, like the other programs and supports that we offer in our district. And again, as I mentioned earlier, with looking at using these experiences to expand our services and offerings for the following school year. And so there's been some communication and more will be going out in the near future. And right now we're looking at about $480 a month per child. And again, the pilot programs of the sites were selected on the number of students on the wait list based on the ELOP program for KLAS. And then we will be providing priority for ELOP students or ELOP eligible students. And then again, we're going to be revisiting, and other students will be selected based on lottery, but we will also be taking into consideration siblings and revisiting our current process for selecting and identifying students as well, because it's been a little difficult. Once you're in, it's hard to get additional openings for families as well. And so with that, I also have one more presentation briefly. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Nishihara, soon to be doctor. He'll give you an update regarding enrollment projections.
Thank you. Next slide, please, Jesus. Good evening, and this will be just a quick update on our enrollment trends based off of our demographer's report. I'm going to start off by handing out just a summary that you can read at another date, but these are the highlights from the enrollment projection report. I will not be going as fast as our next generation of students. Some of those students were giving me a run for the money at how fast they were speaking, so I was pretty impressed, but I will not challenge them in this round. Okay, thank you, Jesus. The first slide is our enrollment timeline. So this is just on a course of the life cycle of the school year. We're right in the middle. So the enrollment update presentation is here. We based off of the demographer's report that we send the information once the school year starts. We wait until the 5-day school count at the beginning of the year, just to really make sure we know the students that are actually with us. And then the second half of the year becomes what do we do with that information is the hiring season once registration starts. Next slide, please. So a quick look back, a brief enrollment history is basically in one word, fluctuation. So I just picked a couple of arbitrary timelines to illustrate what we're talking about. So from October 2019 to September 2022, our overall enrollment declined 1,000 students. So our peak was around 6,500 students. Over that time period, we dropped to 54, 56. You could say, of course, that was during the pandemic time, but our enrollment was already starting to decrease, primarily with birth rates kind of coming down, and then the cost of living of Sunnyvale starting to go up. It was becoming more expensive for families to reside, so in general. Then from September 2022 to September 2024, those 2 years, our enrollment has actually increased, buoyed by 300 students, and primarily due to the expansion of transitional kindred. And then most recent numbers from last year to this year, apples to apples, from September 2024 to September 2025, our enrollment decreased 92 students overall across the district. Okay, next slide, please. This is a graphic illustration of that if you like numbers, so this eye chart. But I wanted to point out, so number one was that peg point of 2019 where we had 6,439 students district-wide. And then the number two there shows the 1,000 student drop. And then the three in the corner shows, you can see that beginning column of TK as it started to scale. And so this year was the first full implementation with 386 transitional kindergartens. There is something I want to point out is the 386 as opposed to a full kinder cohort of 572. We're unclear if it's ever going to reach that amount just because sometimes the 4-year-olds families will choose to hold them out of TK and start them in kinder, so we're going to watch that pretty carefully. So that's the history. Next slide, please. All right, this is another way to look at it. So I pick 5 points every year so that we can kind of see the enrollment trend. Because we just said, oh, our enrollment is 5,400 students in October. It's actually not true because we kind of fluctuate there. Because what we're looking for is patterns to make sure we're staffing appropriately to hit kind of the peak. And so you can kind of see those two big drops. But over the course of each year, it does fluctuate. So we tend to have seen in the past, it would, our school year would start, it would rise in the middle and then drop down by the end of the year. So that persisted up until those two dramatic declines. But you can kind of see that there's been this steady increase the past couple of years. So that's just something we're watching. Last year, we returned to kind of the normal, that little hump, if you will, where we start and then we add students to the middle and then we kind of come down. So just another way to look at it for us visual learners. And I'm sorry, this graph illustrates transitional kinder to 8th, preschool is not included. All right, the demographer's report, the key is the look ahead. So here are our 5-year enrollment projections. As we said before, these are approximately correct. So kinder enrollment will continue to trend down. Okay, so the kinder cohorts pre-2020 were around 700. Then they dropped to 600 during the 2020 to 2022, and the past 3 years we're now in the 500s. So you can see that's a structural decline as we just have base kinders, lower amounts of kinder cohorts coming in. So what that means is we're going to decline enrollment in our elementary schools for the next couple of years, about down projected 193 students through 2028. So we're projecting flat middle school enrollment as those bubbles kind of work their way through, but around 2029 is when those smaller K cohorts are going to start to hit middle school. So then middle school will come down. Okay. Next slide, please. Here's another way to look at it with the numbers. So these are forward-looking, so what future results may vary. But yes, so the number one is around our projection next year. We're looking at 5,632 students. And then by 2030, we are projected to decline by 5,376. You can see how middle school maintains for the first couple of years that 1,700 number and then starts to come down. Next slide, please. This is a attendance area based on birth rate. So this is not what is actually going to happen because there's a lot of variables with our open enrollment process and the Juntos program in Fairwood. But if you just look at the birth rates by attendance area, you can kind of see the trends. And so we are declining, 3 years out, Lakewood is going to be down, eligible students living in the attendance area of Lakewood will be down 54 students from today. I do want to highlight San Miguel. This is without the Juntos program, is going to be increasing a little bit, so there's something for us to keep an eye on. And then look at the two middle schools, they're actually going to flip. And I think that has to do with just the projected development kind of in the north where we have Moffett Park eventually coming online 5 years from now, potentially, is why Columbia Middle School's attendance continues to rise. It's projected to rise based off births, while Sunnyvale Middle is projected to decline. And then what do we do with it? The next slide, please. What do we do with this information now going forward? We're going to start the open registration process and open enrollment and staffing conversations with all school sites in February. And then open enrollment, this is always a big question, is part of the registration process. So this is my 2 seconds on my soapbox. You must register first before taking part in open enrollment. I am not talking to the 5 of you, I'm talking to the audience out in the world. So just remember, register first, starting February 1st, then you can go through open enrollment process. All sites will be open for application next year, but limited capacity at Cherry Chase, Cumberland, Ellis, and Sunnyvale Middle Schools, again, given their overall larger enrollment. But we do want to evaluate on a case-by-case basis to try and provide choice for our parents. Next slide, please. So then, next steps for the enrollment for registration for next school year, registration will begin on February 1st. Open enrollment runs those first 2 weeks. The open enrollment lottery is then conducted in March-April timeframe. School sites will conduct intent to return with their all registered students now, just so we can kind of get a handle on what our true enrollment will be for next year. Summer registration, when the school sites close, we bring that in-house here and run centrally, and we do tap a few staff members to help us process so that when the school sites return, they're not starting with a big pile of students that need to be registered. So we'll see many ins and outs during August, and then the first day of school is actually TBD, because we have on the agenda tonight, just for discussion, only the 26-27 calendar. And that is the general enrollment update.
Thank you, Mr. Nishihara. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Billy, we have a question on the presentation?
We're allowed to ask questions about the presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just clarifying questions for the after school childcare and access to it with Think Together. You said that it's in the $450 range or something for $480 per student. That means that, so you're still gonna accept some students who are on the wait list at the low cost rate, but then some families could pay, so they don't have to qualify.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so it's open to anyone, like a neighborhood person, they don't qualify for the free reduced lunch, they can still attend.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then the targeted start date, you said February or?
The 23rd.
February 23rd.
Right after the winter break, okay, and then you said that there's information going out to schools, will the board also get information about like what that program is?
Yes, we'll get that information, and I know Aliyah is working with Paul Slayton to also make sure that we put that out as well.
Okay, and then I had a question about the enrollment, because usually you get like a little longer presentation about that. Where's my question about enrollment? Oh, okay, so for the enrollment, oh shoot, I wrote it down and now I can't find where.
While you're finding it, I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Enrollment. Something you're asking real fast. Jeremy, I'm just trying to remember the last couple of years, I think the decrease seems to be smaller this year projected than it has past years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And it's been kind of offset by the increase in the full expansion of TK.
Yeah.
And kind of, to be honest, like
it's always a guessing game. We don't know how people are gonna move in and out and.
Right, yeah, and then like when we saw those big drops, like that was the majority of the folks moving out of the area. It's unlikely for us to continue to decline to zero, so.
Yeah.
But you are correct, it is flattening out because we've seen the results of lower birth rates and the impact of cost of living.
Okay, I remember my question. So in the past, so we did have that one really fun graphic of the race of the,
The history of enrollment, yes.
Correct. So it was like this, the school's trending up and down. That was kind of fun. But in general, is it still a trend where like there's just more growth on the north side in general?
More growth on the north side?
Less decline?
Probably because a lot more housing is being built.
Yeah.
Like when I saw the San Miguel one, there's like those complexes, and it usually takes, I think the demographers have said in the past like 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
And there are a whole bunch of things like across the street from San Miguel that were built like 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm just asking if that's still the trend when you were looking at it because you have that one graph or the one chart where you're talking about.
Yeah, I would point you to the page with the school sites and then the projected birth rates of students within that attendance area, absent open enrollment and other special programs. It does show that regardless of the housing increase, is that there's just overall less students being generated in our area, and we attribute that to cost of living, even though additional housing units are coming on board.
Yeah.
So we are seeing, just if we're again looking at that chart, Bishop is actually going to see one of the larger hits, down 61 students of those that are residing in that attendance area, but they could be going other places.
And Lakewood too.
Lakewood as well, yes.
Because I think in the past we thought that it was a little that the north was being a little more insulated. Okay, that was
Right.
just my question.
Right, but we were, like I said, we're watching those, I think those trends that I used to tell you are starting to not be like absolute truths anymore, so we are watching, so we might be in that pivot.
I didn't want to cut off the conversation, but I just wanted to clarify, this is a later agenda item 14. All the information that was presented is linked in agenda, information item 14A, the demography.
That is correct, that's just.
So are we not going to be having a presentation and discussion at that time? Is this the time to?
This would be the time,
This
yes.
is the time, okay.
Thank you for
And
that.
for anyone tuning in, you can go to the agenda item and open the document there.
Yes, the full report is available for everyone to really
Yes.
dig into.
Okay, are there any further questions or comments? Okay, we are moving on to board member reports. We will start with trustee Watson.
Okay, thanks. I did send in my activities. I wanted to update the board on a couple things that were in there. First of all, trustee Shen Brewster and I attended the wellness committee meeting in December, and they mentioned that there was a mental health. They're planning every semester, sort of like the fall chunk of the calendar, and then the spring chunk of the calendar. They're planning a student and a adult activity. So for the students in the fall, the big multi-school plan was the Ruby Bridges Walk to School activity, and I think it sounds like they had all the schools participate in that. And they talked about all the different ways that they did it at each different school. And in the spring, the plan is to have an event or series of events all across the district for Mental Health Awareness Month, which is May. And then the adult activity in the fall was a sort of a fitness competition that tied in with some insurance benefits that Jeremy could tell everybody about. But in February, they're gonna do a challenge that's more around random acts of kindness with the staff. And so I thought that was very sweet. So that's the big update from the Wellness Committee. Also, I wanted to update the board that Trustee Hubis Funrich and I went to, as part of our facilities committee, ad hoc committee invitational, we went with the facilities team to go check out the FUHSD boardroom. And so we were looking at the room in terms of safety features, technology, microphones, Zoom capacity, and also their fabulous finishes that they have there. So we get lots of feedback, but we were also listening to all the technical requirements and architectural and the space requirements and stuff. And so it was really interesting. And I'm sure we're going to talk more about facilities soon. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was that Trustee Hubis Funrich and I, because we're on the Legislative Action Committee for Santa Clara County School Boards Association, we've continued to have more advocacy meetings. So we met with Congresswoman Syl Lofgren, Assemblymember Alex Lee, and policy team for Senator Jake Cortese. And we've just been continually advocating for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, student mental health, and special education, just to fund schools for that. And with the governor's budget talking about the importance of community schools and student nutrition, it's really given us something to point them towards. This isn't just pie in the sky, this is really needed. And I just want to say that as a part of those meetings, I learned so much about what's happening across the county and reinforces what we do here. One more thing, Ledge Brunch, March 14th, if it's not already on it's a Saturday, it's not already on your calendar, try to save the date, it's gonna be really fabulous. We have all of the senators confirmed, we have even the Speaker of the House, Robert Rivas is gonna be there. So we're really excited. The federal people haven't confirmed, and we're not sure which of the supervisors are coming, other than Susan Ellenberg, but basically all the assembly members and all the state senators are coming, which is cool. And then I did happen to have coffee with Mayor Larry Klein this morning, and he mentioned that the April library opening is a soft date now. They're gonna confirm to see if that's a harder date, and then they'll have a grand opening, talking about all of our partnership there. We hope we can come. And also that the Moffett Park developer went through the whole permitting process with like housing and got everyone all excited, and it's gonna be 5 years from now. And they're just sitting on it. They're just saying the housing is too expensive. They're gonna do like one office park building, which is really sad. So that's probably something to check in with the city on as we monitor that. So maybe there's not a need for a bond immediately. We'll see. That's all I have. Thank you.
The only thing I wanted to share was the Leadership Sunnyvale had their Education Day this month, and Peggy and I were able to go to that, and it was great. And what I wanted to just share from that was what I shared with them at the end, which I think most of those board members know, but what I'm sharing is more for the public. And it's related to how education funding, like from the state. So there's way more to it. I'm happy to chat with anybody. People come reach me and I can give you details. But essentially, districts are funded in two different ways. There are there is some discrepancies with that. And so in the attempt to make it more even, they have come up with 5 different ways of doing that. And 3 of them would be considered leveling down, where you would take money from some districts to give to others, but it's like everyone, like some might get more, but it's less. And then there are 2 of the options where it's leveling up, where you're not taking money from districts, but districts that have less, you're giving more money to. So just as that starts getting more traction out in the state, keep in mind that we want the level up ones, right? Like nobody should lose money, everybody should get money. And there was a phrase, let's see, where did it go? I can't find it now. But anyways, I have lots of information I can share with that as it gets closer, but that's how we want to advocate, is we want, part of the piece too is those leveling down. So the state is trying to manipulate it such that they don't have to pay extra money potentially if they do one of these things. So just pay attention if you have more questions. I'm happy to share more information.
Don't have much. I'm just happy for the new year to start. We've had a couple of deaths in our family, and I did enjoy my daughter back here from Hawaii, and she went back, and now she's starting clinicals, and she's having trouble finding transportation. So, it brings me back to how we talk about transportation here for kids. It happens in college too, so she's trying to get across the island at 6:15 in the morning every Sunday until 6:30 p.m. So that's our issue right now, is trying to find out how to get her there. I did attend the Zoom meeting, the CMS, the updates that they do for the construction. I was late, but I did attend that Zoom meeting, and it was good to be there and just to listen to the updates on what's going on there. We started in my daughter's 5th grade class, the next book club. I missed it last week because we had a doctor's appointment, and then I'll miss it tomorrow because of our governance meeting, but I'm anxious and happy to start reading the book. I have a lot of homework, and that's it. Thank you.
Well, it has been an interesting month, nationally and locally and internationally. Some of my activities that I will be sending are related with the Legislation Action Committee, quite a few meetings, and with the California Latino School Board Association. As Bridget mentioned, we went to the Limon Union High School district, and we were looking at the facilities there for the ballroom. They were very interesting, and a lot of things that we can adapt somehow to our space. And we're looking forward to the project that we're gonna be seeing for the facilities here in the district. Other than that, I will send my activities. Thank you.
Thank you. I will also be sending in my activities. I want to say thank you to all of the material, everything that we have around from the students. It's really wonderful. We have a couple of displays in the back. We've seen videos online, so much joy, showing appreciation for us, and it's my honor, it's our honor to serve in this way, and it's really makes it so worth it to see all the faces and all the artwork, and we appreciate that. So thank you for thanking us this month. I have attended, I've been making a point of reaching out to other board presidents or past board presidents whose work I have admired, and so I've enjoyed meeting with others, other district trustees, and meeting with other partners, potential partners, for example, with El Camino Healthcare District. Very excited about the work that Dr. Crosswhite is reporting back to us with different partnerships globally and locally, and I'm just very enthusiastic about this year as well. It feels like a bright beginning, even though federally and internationally there's so many things that we can't control. We do have a lot of agency at this local level, and that feels good to know that we are making progress and we're working towards better education for all of our students. So yes, I will be sending in all my activities. I want to thank Teaching and Learning for the literacy program, the webinar about the ELA pilot, ELD pilot. I enjoyed listening into that and hearing all the questions. We have very engaged parents and that are also very excited about that. So thank you very much. We are now moving on to reports from the Sunnyvale Education Association. Are there any representatives of SEA wishing to speak? Moving on to reports from California School Employees Association. Are there any representatives of CSEA wishing to speak? And now moving along to Sunnyvale Education Foundation, I see Ms. Courtney Jansen.
Good. Is it on? No. Good evening, everyone. As you know, Courtney Jansen. I'm here tonight in my capacity as the programs chair and San Miguel site rep for Sunnyvale Education, and also in the room that you may not see is Michelle, our president, and Ambrosia, our SMS site rep. So thank you for having us as always. Just a few quick things to share, or updates, I guess. First, as you know, the Feed SSD campaign that we did together in collaboration to raise money to buy grocery cards for, or grocery gift cards for families in need, that has ended. It was super successful. I do not have the numbers in front of me. I meant to get them, but I know it was talked about before. But I just wanted to again thank you for your support and partnership in that. It was a huge success, and we were so happy to be able to do that with you. Second, I wanted to highlight, because I don't think we've talked about this, that Seth, as you know, and in great support of Mr. Nishihara over there, or Dr. Nishihara, we now have, I'll upgrade you to doctor. We now have a communal area for people to borrow materials for science camp, such as sleeping bags, winter jackets, rain jackets, duffel bags, etc. And that kicked off with Bishop when they went to science camp earlier this year, recently, and it was great there. We are gonna, we've let people at Vargas and Ellis know, so we're working closely with 5th grade teachers, outreach coordinators and so forth to make sure that families are aware of this resource. And then I think San Miguel and Cumberland come next. So we're excited to offer this opportunity. This is a pilot year to see how it goes. And thank you, of course, for all the time it took to give us a spot at the district office where we could keep those things. Third, we have finally delivered a bunch of music supplies to the elementary school music teachers. So they are now in possession of a set of floaty scarves, a bunch of rhythm instruments, and then a couple of drum sets for each of the school sites. So these music teachers now have this supplemental material. They no longer have to carry things from one school site to the other to help enrich the music programs through grades 3 through 5. We do still have a little bit of funding for that from our special projects fund, and we're working with them to figure out, is it additional keyboard purchases, did we do recorders or whatever, and so we've really enjoyed that partnership with the music teachers. I know that there is ongoing conversations about the future of music and SSD, and we would like to stay in close contact with what that is. And if you need resources for materials or things, please do reach out to us because we'd love to partner maybe on a campaign or whatever to help support that. And then finally, I don't have all the updates here, but just a quick update on some of the ongoing school grants. As you may recall, we funded over $100,000 to across the district for elementary schools and middle schools back in the fall. And Bishop grades, I think K through 1, are going on a field trip in early February to see the play Goodnight Moon. That was sponsored in part by Seth, so we're super excited to see that happen. I know San Miguel Frozen, $10,000 from Seth to help support that, and they kicked off their rehearsals this week with performances in March. I think Lakewood's musical also kicked off practices either this week or coming up soon. So super excited to see all of these activities that we're able to help support, and my kids are having a great time. And I think that was all I needed to cover. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We are on agenda item 10, public comments. This portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Per Board Bylaw 9323, time limits allocated to the public testimony are 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes for public comments. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. If there is anybody online wishing to speak, please raise your online hand right now. We have one person at this time and one online. So, Courtney Jansen again, please.
Okay, so now I'm in my personal capacity, Courtney Jansen, as a San Miguel parent of 2 kids in Juntos program. I'm gonna wing this comment, but you guys know I have been up here many times talking about the challenges of providing after-school support for our kids when I'm in a household of 2 working parents and the many struggles that we have had over the past, I don't know, several years, I'll say. And so I just want to say thank you, because as you know, the district has put together and worked with the outside vendor Think Together, and you guys will be bringing this and including San Miguel as a pilot program. I'm super excited. I hope my kids get into it. I know it has been a lot of work on behalf of our superintendent, Paul Slayton, and I'm sure many others, and I wanted to really call out that thank you for hearing our concerns, for recognizing that there are parents who are willing to pay for after-school care on campus, and for pulling this together in what I'm sure was a very short amount of time. I've had several parents at San Miguel who are in similar situations of both working parents and struggling with after-school care or in programs that are off-site and perhaps lacking in quality, shall we say. And they are also very excited. I know that email communication or some sort of communication is coming up forth, but we're very excited to hear a couple of points just to make. There's a lot of interest in understanding when parents can pick up. I know coverage is supposed to be till 6 p.m. Some parents maybe don't need coverage that well, so it'd be great to know what is the pickup times available. As you probably know, the San Miguel PTA does extracurricular activities every session. Those actually kicked off at San Miguel this week for the 2nd session for 8 weeks. And so that means that by the time Think Together starts, we will be in week 6-ish of the after school. So to make sure that there's discussion between the PTA and Think Together so that kids who are already in the PTA activities can then move to Think Together when those end. And then of course, I think parents are just excited to understand the lottery process. The one other piece of feedback I wanted to share that I've heard from several parents is existing non-on-site after-school activity programs often require a multiple week notice if you're going to pull your kids out of that program to put them somewhere else. And so these parents want to make sure that if they are able to get their kids into Think Together, which they're excited about and want to do, they need enough notice that they can tell their existing programs, hey, we are going to withdraw our children. And it's a little tricky too with the spring break or the February break right before that week. It would be really nice to be able to tell people I'm pulling my kids out on February 13th. So I know you're working on it. We're super excited for communication, but I wanted to make sure that I really flagged the timing question things. If people have babysitters or nannies, we need to give them time to say, hey, we're not going to need your services anymore, help you find a job. And so just please be super conscious of that as you're making the decisions. But again, thank you for hearing the concerns of parents. We are all very excited at San Miguel to see this program come. And I know it's been a lot of work. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Jansen. We are moving on to the speaker online.
Juanita Brain.
Juanita, if you can hear us, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, so no other speakers on this item? Thank you.
Keep yours a quick second.
We give it a moment. Okay, great. Okay, so we are moving on to item 11, the consent agenda item. Any item on the consent agenda is subject to review and discussion prior to being approved by the board. If necessary, any items may be removed for separate action. The public may address the board regarding any items on the consent agenda. If there are any comments pertaining to the consent agenda items, please raise a hand or submit a blue card. Are there any public comments for this item? Board, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as is, or are there items that you'd like to have pulled for separate consideration?
I move to approve the consent agenda as listed.
I second.
Actually, sorry, I do have one item that I would like to pull for a discussion. So,
Do you wanna pull or just make a comment? Can we discuss, or do you wanna pull?
Oh, we can just do it in the discussion.
We can discuss
Okay,
right
all
now.
right. So, I have a motion, and a second. May I have a vote? All those in favor?
Well, if you wanna discuss, we can discuss now. I have one.
Oh, okay, sorry. So we have the motion from trustee Meshino, second from Hubis Flamrich, and now we will have comments or discussion. Okay, trustee Watson, did you want to start off?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay, I want to talk about C1, so this is 11C1. This is under Teaching and Learning Approval of Summit K-12 English Language Development Intervention and Achievement Initiative at Vargas Elementary School. And I just want to have some clarification about this one ELD intervention program at one school, and is there a plan to go to other schools, or how does this fit in the grander scheme?
Yes, thank you, great question. The intervention program at Vargas Elementary is based on the over-identification of students, particularly Latino students, for special ed services. And so this is part of the plan that was initially submitted to the county in terms of what else are we going to do in terms of providing support. But to be just completely honest with you, there's some additional things that we also have to address, which I mentioned earlier about the multi-tier systems of support, MTSS, SSTs. And in order for students to be going through a process or recommended for additional testing for potential special ed services, they should have some documented interventions. And so this is our attempt at Vargas Elementary to provide some of those interventions prior to. But again, it still is a need for us to develop a more robust MTSS process across the organization as well.
So on that, I had a similar concern. So it seems like, so we have not seen the report, correct? And we usually get a presentation on that. Will we be getting a presentation about the plan?
Yeah, we can provide a report and an update on the plan. And separately, it's again, there's a lot more work on the MTSS side, so I think we should think about how we can do a combination or consecutive presentations on those two as well.
Yeah, it's and then the other thing is this is for if I'm reading this correctly, this is for at home, like after school and at home, that's the intervention we're proposing?
Yes, and so it provides some additional support at home with those family licenses, but it's primarily after school.
And then are we also providing like Chromebooks and hotspots and things?
Chromebooks and hotspots, and then they were able to get some reduced costs for the licenses. But again, think of this, if you're looking at MTSS, we wanna make sure that all students get great first instruction, and then the second percentage of all those interventions, small group supports. So this would be the after school, so that's what I'm saying, is like we also have to address what happens during the school day within the classrooms.
Right, so that will be happening, that will be in the new.
We're working
It's a new year,
We're
new
working
plan.
on,
Okay.
yes,
Okay, and then this licensing goes through, cause the contract wasn't in here, right? So the licensing goes through the end of this school year?
yes.
Or does it go into next year?
Let me verify this, but this is through the school year, through June of this year, yeah.
So that's why it was reduced 50%. Okay, all right, thanks, those are just my clarifying questions. I really do wanna get a full report on the thing as it's being developed.
Okay, are there any further questions or comments? All those in favor, say aye please.
Aye.
Any against? Moved by trustee Maginot, seconded by trustee Rivas Flowers, the consent agenda items passed 5-0. We are moving on to action items. 12A, approval of contract for Scholar Series, Student Empowerment Conference, and Parent Scholars Program. Dr. Crossway, can you speak to this item, please?
Yes, this is a contract to enter into an agreement with the group with Victor Rios, Berkeley grad and a professor at UC Santa Barbara. And so it's a two-part contract. One is to engage parents through workshops, and then secondly is to provide some additional support for students at Columbia Middle School. And this is an opportunity for us to explore potential long-term relationship and partnership with his group and expand these services over to Sunnyvale Middle School. He has a lot of experience and has had a lot of success in working with underserved communities, particularly Black and brown, low-income communities, and has been able to make an impact. And so this is before you for your consideration.
Okay, are there any comments from the public pertaining to action item 12A? If so, please submit a blue card or raise your hand online.
And President Chambers, may I just add one more thing, is for this one and the next item, these are not coming out of the general fund, is that correct, Mr. Cuffey? Correct. So these are we're using restricted funds, and these are one-time funds to support these specific type of efforts. And we want to be able to use these funds appropriately as well, but it does give us an opportunity to explore, again, like I mentioned previously, potential partnership as well moving forward.
Just a clarification, it's the restricted general fund. So there's the unrestricted general fund and the restricted general fund. This is on the restricted side.
For those for the public that might not know what that means, what does that mean?
Yeah, so when we receive funds with no restrictions, it would go on the unrestricted general fund side. So when we see property taxes, that's the base of our unrestricted general fund. The restricted general fund can be many things. It can be Title I grants, one-time funding like the new learning support, professional development block grant.
So this restricted funds are restricted to spend on what? Like what are these funds coming from?
These are gonna be in the new grant that we got, that is the learning supports professional development block grant, sorry.
Okay, before further discussion, may we have a motion to approve?
I move approval of the contract for Scholar Series Student Empowerment Conference and Parent Scholars Program.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, furth discussion, comments? Go ahead.
How do we pick how are the 18 students chosen?
Yeah, so I've actually had some conversations with Mr. Poe at Columbia Middle School, and they've already gone through a process to select some of the students that are receiving additional intensive support.
Is through Stride?
It's through the Stride program, yes.
So I'm totally in support of this, and the question I'm gonna ask is actually, you can either answer them together or I'm gonna ask the same question for the next item as well. But just essentially, because this is one of our, sorry, I always hate that I'm like,
It's okay.
not ignoring it. But, one of our focus areas is parent engagement, right? And serving students that, nutrition, but like have historically been underserved in our community and across our country. So because this is one of our focus areas, I love that we're doing these things, but I think also as board members, if there are, how are we going to know if this is successful? Because you're saying this could potentially be a long-term thing. So do we have measurements?
Yes, and keep pushing us. So I really appreciate that question because these are not always easy to measure, right? So we can do the surveys where we get feedback from families and students, et cetera. But some of the other things that are a little bit more difficult to measure are impact in terms of, student attendance, parents' ability to follow up and, support schools in different ways at home. How do we improve communication? How are we building capacity with our families for them to take over and start doing these workshops for parents? But secondly, as well for us as staff, do we have the capacity to also run and facilitate these type of parent workshops internally? And so it is an opportunity for us to continue learning. So there are some measures and indicators that we'll be able to follow up and provide updates on, but there will be some others that will be a little bit more difficult to follow up as well.
So, in addition to the measures and the outcomes, I'm interested in, first of all, I am super thrilled we're going with Victor Rios for anything. Isabel and I have seen him, we've all seen him at ABC, like in the general session, and then Isabel and I have seen him and talked to him in his smaller sessions when he's had workshops. He's just, we've seen him at CLSBA, and every time he speaks, it's very inspiring, and then his team that he's putting together and the way he's elevating and lifting up other people's voices, and I just love the whole thing. I'm interested in how these, the feedback, whether, some of it is gonna be internal growth, right? It's for the people in the room. But some of what's being learned in the room needs to get up to us so we can make system change. So what I'm interested in maybe understanding is how what's happening there gets back to us, whether it's some sort of whether it's just a presentation, whether it's the opportunity for them to interact with us, either formally or informally. How are we gonna take some of that, the powerful work that's I know is gonna happen, so that it gets to us. And then the second thing I'm wondering is about staff, right? So this year it's families and students. I know they have staff modules as well. If we're getting feedback from the families, but the message isn't getting to the staff, Like it's a little, so I'm really hoping this is like it's a 1-2 step and beyond, right?
Yes. And I gotta tell you that we negotiated with him and his team over months. And what you're seeing right here is an opportunity for us to explore this relationship more than anything else. Because initially it was a much bigger, more robust, multi-year proposal that also addressed our staff, our families, and students. He has agreed to do, he's not calling it free, but he has agreed to provide a staff presentation as well, aside from what's in the proposal. Because he does believe in this work, and to your point, he knows that the excitement's gonna happen. And so for us to develop a really comprehensive plan, you're right, we have to make sure that you're aware, our leadership team is aware, because they need to support and reinforce what happens inside the classrooms. And then again, creating a district-wide system in terms of some of these things, and just having that same common language across the organization as well. But to your point about how do we get this back to you, right? I mean, we can provide some support or some reports, have the students provide something. You can also come in to the classroom, and you're welcome to do that as well. But I think you're gonna hear, to your point, a lot of positive feedback and a lot of energy as a result of these, conversations, but also the parent workshops as well.
Thanks.
So thank you for asking those questions, Trustee Watson. I'm also curious about like how staff that are not already supporting the STRIVE students will be able to take those principles and like, how's that going to go more system-wide?
That would be next phase. So this is not included in this proposal. This is strictly for the parents and for the STRIVE students. But if we want to, continue this relationship, that would be the next phase.
Yes.
So I think it was last year, the year before, STRIVE had an open house, in the last couple of years. They had an open house and they started to like invite people from other districts who were curious about what's going on with the STRIVE program. And we had been invited in before, but they turned it into something a little bit more, like there was a date and you could come. And so maybe as part of like that or something, you could kind of get the students to share their feelings and have the teachers share or Victor share or whatever, like or Victor's team share.
That's a great idea. And I was in the STRIVE program and I got an invitation to go to the classroom last month, and the staff that are working with our students are doing an amazing job. I was really impressed by that, and really impressed with our students in the classroom and how they express themselves, articulate their ideas, ask me questions, and just really, really amazing things happening in the classroom as of now without additional supports, right? But yes, wonderful ideas in terms of how we can expand that and make this more accessible as well.
Are there other comments or discussion? I do want to make a comment about the funding, the way it just has a funding source and there's a bunch of letters and numbers and a couple letters. And that part was confusing to me because I didn't actually know what that meant. So going forward, I would appreciate saying that it's coming from a restricted funding source that's for this purpose.
And I'll work with staff to make sure that even if different departments are submitting it without the funding source or an account stream, is that we clarify what the account stream means for the public and for everyone else as well.
Okay, great. And I'd like to also see this integrated into our LCAP and the budgeting, just to kind of get a sense of where our funds are going. Because for me at first, I had some hesitation because I didn't know, well, if we do this, does this mean that we're not going to be able to do other initiatives that we're also interested in? So just more information about the funding and budget in all future items would be much appreciated. Thank you. All right. Yes, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone against? Okay, so moved by, oh my goodness, I lost track, is trustee Mashino and seconded by trustee Hovis Blumrich. The 12A passes 5-0. We are moving on to action item 12B, approval of contract with Lighthouse Educational Consulting Group for parent workshops. Again, Dr. Crossway, can you speak to this item, please?
Yeah, Lighthouse Educational Consulting Group, not to be confused with another Lighthouse group, has been doing parent workshops throughout the state of California. They have a diverse group of presenters, and one of the things that I am interested in having them join us is so that we can learn internally, build our capacity in doing affinity group events as well. So one of the things that's included in this proposal is to host an African American family brunch for Saturday the 28th, and the guest speaker would be Darren Early. He's a professor over at Loyola Marymount. But again, it's these sessions are morning and afternoons. They're in person and they're available to be virtual as well as doing follow-up coaching sessions, because during these sessions and conversations, families may come forward with some additional needs, and they will provide additional supports to the families as well as the students as well, and then again in English and in Spanish.
Okay, are there any comments pertaining to action item 12B from the public? Please raise your hand or submit a blue card. No public comments. Is there a motion to approve this action item?
I move to approve the contract with the Lighthouse Educational Consulting Group for parent workshops.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Is the brunch or lunch activity something that the board would be attending or?
Yes, you are all invited, and it's gonna be a family event, it's gonna be a fun event, educational event as well. And I do gotta share with you is that there is a possible interest from another school district to collaborate with us as well, so but I told them I would follow up with them after this conversation.
That's great.
How are families going to be informed and invited to participate?
This will be direct marketing. We will be making phone calls to all of our families who are identified as African American, but it's also going to be publicized to our social media, parent square and stuff.
Amazing.
I just have a question. It says in person, where will that be, here or?
So it depends. If we do partner with another organization, but for something like this, I'd like to do it at a school site where we're able to maybe have indoor and outdoor space, a library, and it also depends on the number of people who RSVP, but they do not have to RSVP, but it'll give us a general sense of what numbers to expect, especially because it's the first time we do this. It may turn out where everybody shows up or it's a small group.
Will there be childcare available?
Well, for this one, we'll have some limited childcare, but it's a family event. So we are encouraging families to bring their children because we want their children to be in these spaces as well.
For each of the morning and evenings, or all of them?
Oh, for the parent workshops? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the parent workshops.
For the parent workshops, yes, to childcare. For the family brunch, it's a family event.
Oh, right, okay, that was my question.
So there's some really exciting workshop topics. For example, guidance over punishment, effective disciplinary and dignity, relationships and justice. I'm wondering how these family workshops, how it will integrate with what we're doing at the school site. If is what parents will be exposed to and learning in these workshops also going to carry over into the school site?
Yeah, that's a great question. What we asked them is to provide some recommendations of workshops based on their experiences in other school districts, right? And also looking at our strategic plan and some of the goals and priorities that we've had. And also just trying to capture some of the more parent input moving forward in terms of what those workshops can be. But that is something that we gotta work on because we do not have currently a cohesive parent engagement process or plan. And one of the things that what I would like to continue doing is involving our parents in better understanding what their needs are and whether they're changing or evolving needs moving forward as well, and also recognizing that the needs of a family at middle school may differ from an entering family at TK or kindergarten as well.
Okay, so on the proposal, it has a couple of things that we didn't do, right? So we didn't do the thing for school board members and site administrators, and we didn't sign up for the cultural audit. Is that something that we're considering for the future, or see how this goes? Or is that something we're doing in a different way?
Yeah, we had some conversations, but it's a TBD in terms of for right now. Really the priority was to get in front of the parents and engaging in those parent workshops, but this group as well, like with Victor Rios, there's a lot more that they offer, and they can go a lot deeper in some areas as well.
I think for me, like I definitely think that we should do a cultural audit in our district. And I don't know, I know that Victor Rios does something like that, probably Orenda does something like that, this group does something like that, so I don't know who the right people are, what the recommendation is, and I'm sure there's lots of other companies and things that do, but I think that we've talked about it with various board compositions that, we have been interested in doing something like that, but it was always kind of proposed as that will come later, and we, Isabel, we've talked about this before, right? We've talked about that and Rachel, we've talked about having that kind of like a baseline understanding of where we're at. It's not blame focused, it's just, this is our cultural competency. And so I think that's for my part, that's a continued interest going forward.
Well, I think it's not all schools, but Orenda is doing, I think, something like that, a deep dive, like 1 or 2 of those sites, right?
They're doing, yeah, so Orenda is doing some of that work. It's gonna be a little nuanced from what Lighthouse Consulting does or from Victor Rios does. And then the most important thing is like, okay, so now you have these data, you have this feedback, what do you do with this now?
So that is the question, like what do we do with it now? Because we do have many initiatives that have overlapping topics, right? And we also already have on staff people that are outreach specialists and engagement. How do we use what these contracts are bringing to us for a limited time to build capacity within our own organization and employees?
Yeah, so I feel like this is a study session, but so it's an ongoing process. And one of the things that I've recommended and I've talked about briefly is using the community schools framework as a model in terms of moving forward. Because if you follow that model, that framework, it's going to bring together staff, community members, parents, and ask ourselves those same questions. But instead of us doing that in isolation, every school is engaged in those conversations with some parameters, with some guidelines, understanding it's under the strategic plan. And then they are sort of empowered in terms of what those next steps are. So they're the ones who are asking themselves these questions and developing these next steps forward. Again, but under the umbrella of our strategic plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Are there any further comments or questions? No? Okay. Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, moved by trustee Hudas Flammer, seconded by trustee Watson. Agenda item 12B passes 5-0. Okay, our last agenda action item is 12C, approval of ratification of 2025-26 payments to the Silicon Valley Joint Powers Transportation Agency for transportation and administrative services. Mr. Caffey or Dr. Craftsway, can you speak to this item, please?
Sure, so this is an item that the district has been paying. It's providing transportation through a joint powers agreement with neighboring districts to group our resources to ensure that we provide these services to our families and students. However, one of the things that Mr. Covey brought to my attention is that we did not have a current board adopted item or contract to pay for these invoices. So I met with them and I let them know that I was not comfortable moving forward with paying these invoices without this coming back for board approval. And this is something that hasn't come to you in at least 10 years, Mr. Cuffey?
22.
22 years. And that's not a good practice, and no pointing fingers at anyone. I've also informed the county office of this oversight because we also need them to make sure that we're following good practices. And they also shouldn't be paying out warrants or checks without the proper documentation, which includes minutes that the board has approved this contract so that we can pay these invoices. So I am working with Mr. Cuffey and our team and under your direction to make sure that we have good systems and processes in place so that warrants and things are not paid or processed unless we have approved contracts. So I'm hoping that this is the last one, but it is for this school year, but there is also a past due invoice for the 24-25 school year.
Okay, are there any comments pertaining to action item 12C from the public? So please submit a card or raise your hand online. Okay, is there a motion to approve?
I move approval of ratification of the 25-26 payments to the Silicon Valley JPA for transportation and administrative services.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Any questions or comments from the board?
We're all really glad this is demonstrated.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, so moved by trustee National, second by trustee Profeta, the agenda item 12C passes 5-0. Okay, we're moving on to 13, discussion items. First is review and discussion of school accountability report card. Dr. Crossway, can you speak to this?
This is my last one here. So the school accountability report card is due every year, basically at the end of January. This is not up for approval at this time, but what I want to better understand from you is what type of information would you like in terms of a presentation, in terms of providing context and background, going over some of these data, timelines, etc., so that we can bring it back at the February 5th board meeting as an action item.
Okay, do we have any comments from the public on this item? Okay, so this is not anything that we're up for, it's just a discussion right now. So board members, would anyone like to start off with what we'd like to see in a presentation going forward?
Okay. I would say I didn't have that question ahead of time, so I don't have anything specifically prepared to answer that question.
Oh, okay, you didn't have the document?
That question, I don't think that was in there, right? Unless I missed it.
Oh, the question of.
Like what you discussed, yeah.
Yeah.
So if anything comes up with me, I will let you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult to, because it's in a way it's nicer that it's school by school. There's some cut and paste going on, there's like definitely some stuff where like every school has Juntos approved, curriculum approved, not every school has a Juntos plan. But there's, it's getting back to the, a few years ago, Dr. Valentine went through all these and they're a little more uniform in terms of like responses. So as an example, like community engagement activities or something, some of the schools were very elaborate about what was going on and some there was less narrative. So with all of that aside, I think in general, it's at a weird time of the year, right? Because it's talking about from the data of last year, what the schools are gonna do this year, but we're halfway through the school year. So I guess for a presentation, maybe it would be helpful to say like, hey, here's the progress we've made so far on what we said we were gonna do. Do you know what I mean? Or like.
Are you also thinking about the student plan for achievement?
Well, this is the school by school report card, right?
Yeah, but there's the student plan, the single, whatever, single
SIPs.
plan for
Yeah.
student achievement.
Yeah, it's.
And then there's this one, right? So
It
that's
doesn't
the
make
one, that's the one that is like giving you the plan.
Well, this one is talking, well, I know, but this one is talking about the data. Some of the
Yeah.
numbers are really frightening, you know, like, and like, you know, sometimes they'll say, oh, well, you know, just wait till you see the data is gonna be really good for this one thing, and when you see it like this, it's like, okay, well, you know, maybe the presentation could highlight the bright spots, say these are the areas that, you know, this is what we've been doing, like almost connecting the work with the report card, because in theory, like the report card should reflect the work.
Yeah, it's basically different governors, different time periods, and so you have SART, you have SIPSA, you have LCAP, and they all were in different generations, different time periods.
Yeah.
And they don't come together very nicely. So this one, think about it more of providing the demographic information, school's budget, staffing, credentialing, things like that. It's become a compliance document for any school that receives state funds. Unless you're a charter school and you're receiving state funds, they don't have to do the SARC segregation. But we can work on those things and we can provide more information in terms of that context as well. And it is for the previous year,
Yeah.
even though it's the next year.
And then the other thing is that this is the report where I think in one of the strategic plan meetings that we had a couple of years ago, we had, you know, when we look at the data here, there's so much that's redacted because there's small student groups at different school sites, right? But then when we see the numbers, like that would be filled in like as a district, then we see that that's where we have a lot of opportunity for growth. So, but even in these numbers, like there's like the female, those who are identifying as female, are in many of the schools 10 points above the males in the schools, at least for English language arts. And then it's almost as though in some of the math scores, they're both equally the lower score. You know what I mean? Like if the spread is 60 and 70 or 50 and 60, and then you look at the math score and it's like, well, they're both at 50.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it's not apples to apples, it's so interesting to see like what's going on with our gendered teaching that's happening, you know? Or like if there's other things, like the data is interesting, but I'm interested to like, what kinds of questions should we be asking? What can we learn from the data that can inform how we approach things?
Yeah, it's, unfortunately, that wasn't the intent of the SARC.
I know.
And so it's not gonna give you nor parents everything that you're asking for. It's become a compliance requirement where we're supposed to include our staffing, some academic data, but it's not gonna be current. It may not be consistent across the organization, and it's gonna have a lot of gaps. It's a requirement, and we have to upload them on our websites. And is some of this data also coming from CalPADS, from what and that's the other thing is, so it's also this other more recent system that's called California.
Longitudinal something, I apologize.
Yeah. Another acronym that we don't even know. But it's CalPADS for short, and it convolutes the presentation and the data that's included. But I think this is helpful in terms of what we should provide, not only for you, but for the public, in terms of the purpose of the SARCs, what's included in the SARCs, and then sharing or highlighting some of those data and opportunities as well.
I'll see, I've got 2001, you actually kind of just said one of them, kind of after Bridget's talking. I think one, because we have two board members, probably, maybe we technically did it, when's the second time? But like, yeah, kind of first time around, yeah, kind of what you were talking about, like going through like, what is this document? What is it used for? Like, what was the purpose of it, right? So I think kind of that historical context. And then I think, and maybe it's not for this year or future year, like think about those questions that Bridget's asking, like the data, I'm thinking about, we often do a big data dive. Sometimes we've done it in the fall, sometimes we've done it in the spring, sometimes we've done it both. Maybe not necessarily, if it's coming to the next meeting, there are big data dive, but maybe moving forward, even though this doesn't have everything, maybe we tie the two together. Maybe the day that we do the SARC approval, because it is a lot of the data, that we then also do our big, data dive kind of study sessions, that, like congruently at the same time. I don't know if that's gonna be interesting or not.
Well, I don't know if we could do that because we're usually doing our data dive with the end of year, beginning of year data, right? Because I guess I understand what you're saying because that sounds very efficient, but like for beginning of year data, that's when we get all the CASP updates from the previous year and like how the kids are doing in the beginning of the year. But I guess what I was thinking was like there is information in here. Like it's a whole bunch of data and like is there anything there are some trends that you can see happening through here, right? Even though it's older. Like
Yes, and so
the gender thing is like it's right there in black and white.
What's tricky is that we did our data presentation in November and the state released the data very late this year.
Yeah.
Because they promised it would be July, then August, September, November this year. But the data that we presented was the last data. What you're looking at is the previous year.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying is it doesn't, like I wouldn't recommend, you don't need to spend too much time on the academic outcomes here because that's 2 years ago. You got the more recent presentation to the public and to the board in November. And to the other point about when do you do the data dives, I do them when the data become available because like the English learner data, the LPAC data is going to be coming up as well. But if you rely on this SARC, you're going back basically 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, so but it does have other nice demographic data, again, dated, but it also includes facilities, which you don't necessarily have in other documents. And then it also includes the your staff data. So it does have some other things, but it's dated, unfortunately. It should be different.
When we last looked at the SARC last year, around this time of year, and having listened in as a member of the public, I felt like this was the only opportunity really that we had to talk about data and to look at data from site to site. And this is the time where just to point out, there are some really huge disparities, right? In our science elementary school, we have 18% of students that are meeting or exceeding standards, and then the district average is 48, and then south of El Camino, we have schools that are scoring at 76%. So that's a lot of differences, and I never really saw the data this past year, and so I know that we need to approve this as a compliance document, but I also would like to hear more about when do we talk about these disparities and why, and what are we doing to address. And I also understand that Orenda is taking a look at maybe what system-wide changes we might need to make, but what can we expect in terms of data, and then also the integration of what the data means for us and also for the compliance documents.
So when you come together tomorrow for the governance meeting and you're looking at identifying future dates, is align your board meetings and study sessions when the data becomes available, roughly, from the state, right? So we know that usually around October is when we get the state data. So then you want to have that information out the following month and have a presentation. But you don't have to wait for a SARC or LCAP to have these conversations. Is have these conversations as the data become available. And then the other thing is, as we can be looking at attendance data right now, we can look at discipline data because we have our own unofficial data that we could be reviewing, as well as for special ed and expenditures budget. We don't have to wait for the state, because if you wait for the state, this is a good example, it's a year and a half, 2 years after the fact. And so the presentation on data that we had in November, that's the current data. if you're gonna rely on the SARC, you're basically looking at 2 years ago.
Well, I think also to add on to what Peggy was saying, I think it's because for our data information, you know, we're looking at groups, right? So we're getting groups that don't appear on this because they're
but we can do that.
disaggregated. But, you know, I think that it's very uncomfortable to look school to school because we're really facing inequities within our own systems, right? So, but we have to, and we have to ask ourselves like what we can do to support. So I think as we get into conversations about community schools and allocation of resources for the community schools model, I think that we'll have to talk about the numbers school to school, right? To justify some real changes.
Yes, you can look at comparable based on demographics, right? But it's not just within Sunnyvale, it's across the county.
Or the state or
State,
the country. It goes on and on, right? Okay. Well, so maybe when you give the presentation, it sounds like just an overview of like what the different, even like the different employee categories and stuff like that, or how do we do that?
Okay, so what can we expect in terms of, we're bringing back for February, a presentation and then asking for approval at that point? Okay, and then, in addition, we'll want to be looking at data throughout the year. We can talk about the planning for that. And
here's what I'll recommend.
Okay.
Next month, we're also gonna share publicly my evaluation.
Yes.
Is align the presentations with my evaluation. That's going to cover data. In terms of student outcomes, in terms of the budget. So that would be a recommendation. There's 5 areas under the evaluation. You can use those to guide those conversations. But we want to align what we're saying is important, i.e. my superintendent evaluation, board priorities, as opposed to the SARC. The SARC, it's a compliance document. It has some good information, but it may not be the information that we need moving forward to make informed decisions that will impact kids. You're looking at data from before. We want to look at data that's going to inform our practice, summative data, but at the same time looking forward to what we have currently. And disaggregate it to your point as well.
Okay, and so when we look at your goals, we also talk about the district goals and other administrative goals that all fall underneath.
All the same, correct.
Awesome. Okay, all right, any further discussion or comments from the board? And moving on to the last discussion item, that is 13B, review and discussion on draft version of the 26-27 school year calendar. Mr. Nishihara.
Yes. Yes, okay, this is a just review and discussion of the 26-27 calendar. I just want to briefly cover the process. We start with the Fremont Union High School District calendar that was included in your handout packet, just as a quick data point. We used to be pretty aligned, just to try to make sure that we were adhering to or meeting the needs of about roughly 40% of our parents that have students in both districts. That is an antiquated number. I should have run that again, but in the ballpark, that's kind of what we're looking at. But in the past couple of years, with the development of TK and different types of things, we've kind of broke away a little bit, like to try to better fit our needs. But we do appreciate the Fremont Union High School District providing their calendars to us as a starting point. So just some highlights of this year's calendar is basically the same structure that we had this year. There were a lot of changes that we put into this year, so we want to see 2 years kind of just to see how it's impacting attendance when we kind of group together breaks and those types of things. So our start date for next year proposed right now is August 17th, which does align with the high school district. And that does allow us those first couple of days the week prior where we have the unified starting date. And working with CSE, we were able to move the classified work day, that staff development day that was usually held in January to the beginning of the year, allowing all classified staff to start with us on that Wednesday when staff returns. So that's just one example. In November this year, this year we had the Monday off prior to Veterans Day. That condition does not hold for next year, as Veterans Day then falls on Wednesday and there's too much of a break on either side. And then we do have still aligning with the there's a March 15th date where Fremont has a non-duty day. We wanted to try that to insert to break up a little bit of that long stretch between the February break and April break. And then for our new board members, we have a unique thing here in Sunnyvale. We have 181 days of school, which is amazing. And so we want to, other districts have 180 days. These are just conditions that we try to work within. And then we have our 2 staff development days that equal 187 work days for our certificated staff. So we have to take all of those variables. So we take the high school district, 181 days of instruction, the 187 duty days for our certificated staff, all the holidays, and we just drop them in and then we try to do that. So I'm bringing this first draft version to you. For just discussion, and again, we will bring this back in the future whenever it's ready. We did meet and confer with SCA and CSCA about this this current piece, and so I'm looking for general feedback coming back and forth. But it does have to be approved by SCA, especially because this is their working year calendar and a condition of their employment. So open for just general questions and structure, but again, it's pretty much the same structure that we have in place this year.
And we do have some public comments. Are there any clarifying questions before we move on to public comments? Okay. So if anybody online listening in would like to comment on this discussion item, please raise your hand. I have 2 cards in the room, perhaps more. So we will start off with Leah Brennans.
Were there any online?
Good evening, esteemed members of the Sunnyvale School Board, Dr. Crossway, and district staff. My name is Leah Brunnings. I'm both a parent of a current and former SSD student and an educator who served in this district for 8.5 years myself within my 22 career as an elementary educator. And over more than 2 decades in education, I've experienced many shifts, reforms, re-envisioning, change is part of our profession. And those of us who spent these years in education understand the pressures and responsibilities we carry as educators and as stewards of our children's futures. In my current role as a TK teacher, I have the privilege and the responsibility to ignite a joy for learning, nurture a sense of belonging, competence, and curiosity in our youngest learners. This work is not taken lightly, and I can say without hesitation that every TK teacher in this district approaches this work with the same dedication. As professionals, we do our best for our students and our families while working within district policies. However, when policies fall outside of developmental expectations, we see the consequences immediately. And that brings me to my concern that some of us are raising tonight regarding the proposed calendar. The continued elimination of the 6-week transition period for TK and kindergarten is deeply concerning. Last fall, kindergarten had no transition period, and TK was reduced to just 9 days. This decision was made without consent from TK and kindergarten teachers as a whole. We were told it would be a pilot to be reevaluated, yet no feedback was ever requested from our behalf. Now the draft calendar proposes keeping this reduction, this time 12 days. The original 6-week transition period was rooted in research, documenting the time young children need to adjust to school in a healthy socio-emotional way. As the districts thoughtfully reviews curriculum through the lens of any research and best practice, I really urge you to apply the same research-based approach to decisions that impact our earliest learners. The transition time is also critical for building strong partnerships with families. Waiting 7 weeks for a conference is far too long for early intervention and meaningful collaboration. The shortened window last year allowed teachers to meet with only the highest needs of families and excluded many of our learners. Many districts in our neighboring area, Mountain View, Cupertino, Palo Alto, Santa Clara, and Milpitas have extended modified days for the entirety of the school year. The start of the school year requires much significant preparation in our play-based learning environments, and para-educator collaboration is essential, and without adequate planning for this, effectiveness of our classroom suffers, ultimately impacting our students' learning experiences. We recognize that childcare challenges do exist and families face this. We do not dismiss this. However, these concerns should not outweigh developmental appropriateness. Eliminating the 6-week transition disregards the professional expertise of educators who witness this impact daily. Some of this year included emotional dysregulation, fatigue, and extreme difficulty with routines. Please consider these as you discuss the calendar proposed. We urge you to think of the impact on our educators, our families, and most importantly, our youngest learners. Thank you for your time and consideration. Leah Brunings on behalf of some of our TK teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Brunings. Next we have Courtney Jansen.
Okay, Courtney Jansen, still San Miguel parent, and sorry for the computer, but I didn't print a copy of the calendar off before today, or even today. Just a few comments I wanted to flag, and I'll start with one that's not important, but I totally do not understand. There's a note in the comments that Lincoln Day has been changed from February 12th to February 16th. I didn't know about Lincoln Day, and I'm just curious why it's on a Tuesday, because President's Day is on the 15th, and I just would like to know, but not critical. The comments that are critical, a couple of requests. The October 20th TLD Day, if you could move that to October 13th to align with the day right after Indigenous Peoples Day and the Staff Development Day, that would be helpful. It would also match what you do at Labor Day, assuming that there are not after-school care programs. If there are, maybe less problem. But if we have family or friends come in town to help watch our kids on that October Monday, it would be easier to have them stay for Tuesday to pick them up in the afternoon and have to then deal with a Tuesday like a week later. That's complicated and confusing for childcare. I want to talk about parent-teacher conferences. They do seem late. I know they matched last year, but as a parent, I felt like waiting until October to be able to meet with my teacher was later than it should have been. It's also very hard as a working parent to have to pick my kids up at 11:30 on weeks of parent-teacher conferences, and I would love to see a conversation about what the implications would be to have dismissal at 12:30 on days of parent-teacher conferences instead of 11:30. I know that doesn't seem like a lot of time, but that means that I can say I'm going to work for half of a day and only have to take another half of a day off for childcare. It's easier to pick my kid up at 12:30, which is during the formal lunch hour, than trying to get out early to pick them up at 11:30. And I'm wondering if there's a way to make it so that the impact for teachers is less. They can still fit the conferences in. And you also have the added benefit that kids can eat lunch at school and they don't have to take their lunches home. And lunches at school, I think, are more nutritious than what they get in the brown paper bags. Final comment I will make. I would love to see, and I know teachers are going to hate me for saying this, I would love to see a second week of parent-teacher conferences in the spring. It's great to get together in the fall and talk about, here are my goals for my kid, here's what I would like to see and where they go. But it is really hard to not have a second meeting in like, I don't know, April time period that says, how is my kid doing? How have they done through the year? What do we need to prep them for the next year? Are there things we should work on over the summer? I know that is a huge ask and it would require a lot of work, but I would also like to see some conversations about what would be required to be able to implement that in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jansen. And next we have Ms. Ambrosia Studley.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment about the proposed calendar for next year. I'm part of the, I guess, around 40% that has children in both school districts. I've experienced having children in 3 school districts, and next year we are graduating from Fremont, and so we'll have a 3rd schedule as well, which is fine. But I realized I had strong feelings about the calendar and that I wanted to address. I hate to complain about it because it's such a lovely thing to have a week off at Thanksgiving, but it really is such a burn when you don't get to have that week off, but one of your kids is home, but the other kid isn't home, and some parents are working, but not all the parents are working, and it's just so awkward. So it's a childcare-ish issue. I have big kids, so it's not a super big deal. But then it comes up again at the end of the school year, because now we're getting out of school later, and a lot of summer camps start that week that we're still in school. So it affects, last year my 8th grader couldn't volunteer as a leader in his summer school camp. There are only 4 weeks offered. He was only able to do maybe 3 weeks because of the late end of school start of summer. And then same for any other summer camps that the kids are trying to do. They all start when our kids are still in school. So please reconsider any changes that don't align with the high school districts. I know Thanksgiving is probably just going to be a thing for always, and we only have a few years left, but it is an issue with those of us who also have high schoolers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And board discussion, comments, questions?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the Thanksgiving break. Last year.
The translators can't hear you.
I can't really hear you.
Oh, okay. That last year we did have the full week, and there were a lot of reasons to have the full week, and now this year we don't have it. We just have 3 days in Thanksgiving.
No, I think the high school district has 3 days only. We are proposing the full week again.
Oh, yeah, this is the high school district.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
the school district. Oh, okay. Okay. And I got it.
Will we give me a copy of the high school district?
Yes, the high school, it's the handout I handed out the handout. It's the third page after the thing, as a point of reference.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, can Fremont High School follow the Sunnyvale district?
Not in this case. Well, again, this is another great opportunity for just conversation, but Fremont High School District adopted last year this year's and next year's already, so they're set. And that kind of helps us kind of have that starting point in order for us to develop. So I guess it's just another opportunity for us to have conversations, but I am grateful for the Fremont Union High School District who provided both calendars as soon as they adopted last year to kind of just give us a starting point. So.
I can share, are you like referring to that week off of Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
So from my understanding, I mean, anything can change, right? But it probably is not going to happen from the high school perspective because of AP testing. So like, you have to start the other semester in January, and to get like the first semester I think is already a little bit shorter, and so they can't take any more days off than they already are to get everything they need in to have first semester end before the holiday break in December. I mean, anything can happen, but that is my understanding, a big reason why they're not gonna add more days off in that first semester.
Yeah, I understand that. I've had kids, at Fremont, Columbia, and Fairwood, so I understand Ambrosia's request, because it is hard to have babysitters, or if you're working, or if two of your kids, and you want to go on a trip, but you can't because your high schoolers in school, and just the schedule doesn't line up. Is there any way to see how many families in the Sunnyvale School District that like the whole week off, like a vote or a poll, or?
I don't know, and again, I'm hedging because, we have to be instructional minutes, there's a lot of functions that would do that, and I have a funny feeling it might come back kind of mixed. And so I'm not afraid of doing that, but that would push us back a little bit to make that determination. We tried the full week off again based off of the attendance tends to drop Monday and Tuesday into that week as well. And then the fact that we have so many days, if you will, plus the staff development days that the high school district doesn't, because again, they're like to Michelle's point, they're trying to balance the 2 semesters between the Christmas break. If we compact a little bit this way, we're never going to line up at the end. We've done multiple calculations to that effect, and it's kind of an impossible calculation in that regard, given the variables in the both districts don't line up nicely. So we're about, I would say the 2 variances, to Ambrosia's point, is that we don't align during the Thanksgiving holiday, but we made that determination just for that complete break, and the attendance goes down on the Monday and the Tuesday because people tend to take that off. And then the end of the year, because of our number of days that we offer is a little bit more than the high school, plus they're trying to front load a little bit on before the December break. So, but we aligned with the 17th of March, which for a long time we didn't. It was just kind of this floating component. So I'm making big hand gestures now, which means I need to stop talking because I'm going in circles, as might tell.
I was gonna say also like not way long term, but long term-ish. From a perspective of lining up with high school, we are more lined up with the high school than we were, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago.
Correct. So those are the two big parts. So yeah, and again, so I apologize. I would hesitate to then just throw it out to the parents to say, hey, who wants this or that? So.
And we wouldn't hear from everybody, so we wouldn't get.
You're right. So again, it wasn't just because we liked the week. It was again for instructional component. It was a good break. It helps us with ending on a Thursday, so that way the teacher's last day. On a Wednesday. There's several variables then that we would start to hear as we would get. This is an imperfect solution. So and Peggy, I do have a couple of answers to the board regarding some of the comments that were given, if you don't mind. Please. Excellent. I'll start with the unimportant one from Courtney. In Ed Code, the holidays that we provide are kind of dictated by that calendar. So if we're making an adjustment to that, which we are, because it usually goes Monday, or the two like you're saying, we put it all in the same week. We need to actually call that out, and there'll be a resolution coming to you because we were weirdly out of compliance for about 5 years. With that piece, if that makes any sense, there'll be a resolution on that comes that we are honoring President's Day and that day, so that's a technical component. But I will own the fact that we should have been bringing that to you in the first.
Can you say that slower?
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna add, so I know this because my birthday is February 11th, so Lincoln's birthday is February 12th. So you have Lincoln's birthday February 12th, and you have Washington's birthday, I actually don't know that one, it's not the day after my birthday. Right. But around that time, so essentially, right, they combine the two to make President's Day honoring those two birthdays. And then you can ask.
Just as a practice, I think what happens is that you restate the question so that you're not answering to the public. Just so, I think. But just, can you just say what you said but slower?
Yes.
Okay.
Ed Code says the two holidays were not, sorry, this is me thinking, are on 2 different weeks. So in order for us to not recognize it on the day, or else there would be this random day off the week prior to recognize during the President's Week of which the February break, which we do, we need to have a resolution that you approve this, it's a procedural thing.
Because it's on a Wednesday. Got it.
We would have this random the week before and then the President's Week or so.
So my question is, this year we had some calendar days where we had a staff development stacked with a TLD, right, this year?
No.
No. Is that something we've done before?
We try not to, because then that's back to back, that's a lot of professional development and meetings.
Yeah.
And then students not in school.
Yeah, okay.
Can I ask about that October date? We have the staff development date on October 12th, which is a Monday, and then the following week is the TLD, which is that Tuesday. And the question had been, can we put them next to each other?
We could, but I think Bridget asked that point, that's like, if that's a non-student contact day and then a half day for the elementary, so we try not to do that.
Because the TLD is also used for training.
Correct.
Meetings, right?
Can I ask why 181 days is amazing? You said amazing.
Yes, because Ed Code dictates public schools offer 180 days and we offer 181 days of instruction here. And this predates.
To be amazing, because we also there's half days, right? So
correct, other districts also have minimum days as well, so just to have this extra day on the books.
To be amazing.
Is amazing.
Okay.
All kidding aside, and then
we pay people for it.
And we do.
Yeah, no, I understand,
Yeah.
but there is a big stagger at the end of the year between high school and, I'm just, how amazing, how much do we need to be amazing? I mean, really, what is the purpose of that extra day? Is it pride?
No, it was, it's a Sunnyvale, some, I don't even know how long it's been.
But it's extra minutes.
Yeah, and it's extra minutes as well, and it's an extra day of student contact.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mean, again, I'm sometimes I'm silly, but this was not because when I talk to districts across the state, everyone says 180 days, we have 181. And then to the superintendent's point, the instructional minutes is another calculation that goes above that, but the fact that we have a container of 181 days versus 180 is.
Okay.
Also, I just want to I do understand that, you know, my kids were 3 years apart. And so, the varying schedules for middle school, you know, versus what was going on in elementary school. And later when one was in high school and one was in middle school. Parents, you know, going through the grinder anyway, right? Like, you know, everything from, you know, just it being so unfair that someone gets to go to, you know, start school late and sleep in a little more or whatever, and then it's so unfair that someone gets out early. You know, just from, like, you just cared for years. So I understand the frustration by the time they're in high school and they want everything to line up. I do think, like, not all districts do even have the February break, right? And if we're looking at, you know, trying to provide breaks for our staff and, you know, like just sanity to get through to the spring, to the finish line, and into testing and everything, you know, it's a full week that kids are out of school. That's really hard on some families. Not the families who really want that week to go on vacation. We're elementary school district, they'll take them on vacation anyway. They'll take them anytime, you know. The families who have that kind of cash too. I don't know a lot of helicopter, I have a pony families here, but there's families who go on vacation, you know. So I don't know, I mean, I think if we were really looking at where we would compact things, maybe it would be taking a week off in February or something at some point. But the high school district, they have finals weeks, they have AP testing, they have all this other stuff in their calendar that we don't have. So we don't have control over that. I've heard lots of positive feedback about the Thanksgiving break. People saying, oh, we used to get that, and I don't know if they were in Oak Grove or San Jose Unified, but they were the furloughed week. They just turned into that, so that's how they built their schedule, was because they had to have people have unpaid work days in the middle of their school year. And that just became the way that they scheduled, so, and they're like, I really missed that when I was at that old district, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm glad this is working out for you. But, you know, and I've even heard feedback from people who say, well, you know, even though not both my kids are out, it's time to spend time with that one child or whatever. So, I mean, I get it that there's both. I'm okay with this calendar. I'm more interested in like what's happening with our scheduling at the end of the year, how we're gonna get to all the promotions and all the open houses and all the stuff that happens in the spring, and do the teachers have enough time to teach what they need to teach for testing and all the other stuff that they're hit with in the spring activities. I mean, spring just seems kind of bananas in general. So I'm okay with the calendar.
I have a question about staff development day. I
Yes.
see 2 on here.
Correct.
Is there always just 2 per year?
There used to be 3 certificated and 2 classified. And so the change this year, in order to get, and I apologize if I wasn't clear, we were able to bring, we shifted each one of those days, both for classified and certificated, to the beginning of the school year for the work year. That allows all of our staff to start on the opening day. Whereas in the past, we had a kind of a rolling start. Certificates would all start on, in this case, the 12th. Then some classified staff would start the 13th and the rest would start the 14th. So we worked hard with CSDA and SCA this year so that everyone is at that opening kickoff and can attend, and then actually prep at the school sites. It makes sure the paras are working with the teachers so that they can start kind of articulating and all that. So it used to be 3-2, and now it is 2 certificated staff development days and 1 classified.
And now they have 3 days before school starts, before the end of the weekend, right?
Yep, and we start on a Monday.
And they used to just sometimes only have 1 day, right?
Correct.
So that's a big improvement for the teachers.
Yeah.
So it used to be 2 days before school started.
There used to be 2 days?
Yeah, so we used to start, the kickoff was on Monday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then school started Wednesday.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
So they got 1 extra day.
Yeah, so we moved, we converted a staff development day from each unit and then put it at the beginning of the year.
I have a funny or dumb question. There's like other districts that don't go to school the day after Halloween. I wanted to ask about that.
Yes, that is a, how do I say this? Yes, it's an interesting idea. We have tried to do that. We made it depend because the Halloween day rolls. The good news is, next year that won't happen because it's on a Saturday. But it is something to I guess, it would need to work if it lined up, so it's just something I'll keep in the bank, if you will, and it depends on where it falls, so. Because there's pros and cons to that, I guess everyone's thinking that everyone just needs a day to calm down, so.
Sometimes you've scheduled a staff development day.
Yeah. But yes, yeah. Thank you.
And I wanted to say something about the conference weeks as well. You know, we had talked when we were doing strategic plan about conference weeks and about even having middle school conferences and having an end of your school year conference. And then I think that at SMS they put together even funding for middle school conferences and no one took them up on it. So I think that we could really have, because that was part of the student directed learning, students take accountability for their own learning and you know, a long time ago when I was a teacher at Fairwood, we had student-led conferences as young as 2nd and 3rd grade. So, you know, I still think I think it's in our strategic plan as one of our measurable outcomes that we were going to strive for. So with the new year, maybe that could be something that we could revisit.
Yeah.
I am interested in talking about student-led conferences and middle school conferences and training.
Okay.
Additional content. I have a side note about the TLD, the staff development days and the early release days for PD is that I think it's not necessarily related to calendar, but I think we need to be very intentional about what they are doing on those days because I have heard the whole range of like, you know, not very useful. Why did they send all the kids home so that we can have these talks? And then like some school sites, very useful, good stuff, you know. So I'd like that ask for if we're not having the kids come to school, then let's make sure that use of time for the staff is
Yes.
Teaching
strong,
Correct,
like
yes.
teaching learning, yes.
Yeah.
That's
But that's okay, no, but the calendar is the function of that and
Yes.
our tool to implement and
Yes.
yeah, we will definitely work.
I also want to know about TK and kindergarten, that transition, the 6-week and now compressed.
Yeah.
Because we did hear during just about like with the negotiations that everyone was happy, but then I heard separately people not so happy. So what is the research about that and what did we find in terms of teachers and parents this year?
Well, let me start with the function first. And Leah, I'm glad you brought this up because yes, it is a 2-year pilot. We did negotiate with SCA last year. It's a 2-year revisiting. So there's that first 2 weeks shortened days and then we jump in because we did hear a lot regarding childcare and a lot of feedback from parents that 6-week block was a long time to get temporary childcare for half days. And so it is a pilot, two years, and you are correct, we do want to evaluate kind of that component. And so yes, that's why it kind of appeared here without it. It seemed like it magically appeared here, but it was a negotiated agreement from 2 years to try this out during the 25, 26, and 26, 27 school year. Superintendent, okay.
So what is the feedback that we will be soliciting from those teachers specifically?
We brought that up with SC at the beginning of the year to kind of try to get that component. This first year was obviously kind of a big shift, so we kind of gathered that information. We will also then, we were in the first year of the DRDP component and the TK expansion, so there were a lot of variables. And so, DRDP is the assessment that the.
Oh, is that the new screener?
Yeah. So I thought, okay, again, I gotta slow down, Bridget, I'm slowing down, but not too slow. So, yeah, thank you. And so, district and SDA acknowledged that there were a lot of variable and moving parts. And so we want to try and now have that second year to really see kind of how it lands, knowing that the reason why we put that in was additional student contact, and the childcare component, but also then trying to maximize the instructional program, but then also support the TK teachers as the age got younger. So this year we did a lot of anecdotal visits and the site visits that we did, and we want to continue that component, but we can now start to have complete conversations because we've been through it one time, and then we'll really kind of assess how it goes next year, given all of those parts.
So a more thorough evaluation next fall.
But it sounds like the evaluation this year was feedback from the teachers union and walkthroughs.
Right.
So there was not parent feedback and there was not teacher feedback.
Correct.
Direct teacher feedback. So will there be that next year as well as the walkthroughs and stuff? Because
Yeah, I think we'll have to, because again, it was a 2-year MOU negotiating component to see. And then it was one of the major factors laid out in the agreement why we had that as well during that period was for assessments, and so there was that other variable. But that was independent of the fact that TK students are now younger. So, but yes, so I'm hearing that we need to have multiple measures as we evaluate the second year of this, considering that this was the 2-year pilot program.
What percentage, do we know what percentage of our children in TK have been in preschool?
I do not have that information. I don't know if we necessarily ask. We do know which of our TK students that are articulating from our own preschool. But as far as the 386 TKers, I don't have that information.
Okay, because, no, I mean, I think that if the kids have been going to preschool for 2 or 3 years, they can handle full day. But I understand that not all kids have been in preschool, so it's hard for them at the beginning.
Okay.
yeah, that might be, you know, if the TK parents and kindergarten parents, you know, it's a little bit of a captive audience because, you know, they're right there and you can act, like it's not like you're trying to get feedback from the whole school district, right? Like it's very few classrooms, you could probably get information like as a survey, like that someone could go to the classroom with a clipboard and ask people at drop off, like, you know, or this is your child, like anyone you didn't catch through the survey, you could go and like follow up with because there's just not that many people. So, I mean, I would really hope we get those kinds of questions.
Okay.
You know, maybe we could even gather some of that data from this year, because otherwise we'll just have 1 year of data.
Yeah.
Like if we could find out from families this year, what did your children go to preschool beforehand, and you know, how were the first 6 weeks of school for you? Like before the year is over, we could ask the teachers for their feedback. Hear how much they love it or hate it. You know, it's
Yeah.
I think that would be like the right thing to do, because a 2-year pilot with as many data points as possible would be better.
Yeah, before we get further and further away from the beginning of the year and the rose-colored glasses start setting in. So what are next steps for this, or is this gonna be coming back to us for approval on like a consent agenda then?
Yes, depending on discussion and feedback from the board, it would come back for approval. And then as I mentioned before, there will be that resolution tacked to it regarding the President's Day. So I'm hearing the overall structure. There's a lot of questions that we want to kind of bake in within what's happening with this. But yeah, I'll have some conversations with Cabinet, and then we'll be prepared to bring this back in February.
When we get the approval for this, will we get a plan for the TK? Can we get that like in addition to it, or like on the side, like as a side note, like we're approving this, but this will be what we're doing to investigate the evaluation of the TK pilot. Like, can we get that with the approval so that we know what the plan is, and so we can
The plan for evaluation, not that we need a result.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm just pausing because we would want to bring that.
We'll just
those measures, I would want to check in with SDA as well, and so, yeah, I'll shoot for that. Yeah.
And if it's not a full plan, just like an update, right? Like this is where we're moving in that direction, this is what we're gonna do. Yeah?
Like it wouldn't have to be like, on these dates, we will need these things, but just the back of the napkin and this is how we're gonna
Correct.
approach it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that is the end of our discussion items. We will need to return to closed session. So the time is now 8:54, and we will be returning to closed session and reporting out afterwards if there's anything to report back. Thank you.
Take a picture.
We'll bring this on your night. Oh, do you want all this stuff? Is there so much stuff?
Yeah, we can move on.
I just came from here.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for coming. I know. There was like no flight. It was so much fun.
Cold.
Yeah, it was. I'm gonna put you right here.
Dropping your kiddo off.
Hi, hi.
What should we do with all these things? All this nice stuff that kids made?
I don't know. Leave them in the back for now if you don't want to.
Okay, yeah, I don't think they'll do any good with me taking them with me.
Can I take this staff home though, to
Go
like
for it.
look at and then bring back?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, tomorrow,
Right, yeah.
we'll be back soon. Yeah,
Although there's a meeting in here in the morning with the instructional coaches.
oh,
That's why you guys are gonna be in there.
oh, we're over there, okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
Our meeting's in that little room there?
No, this other conference room outside.
It's like outside.
No,
It's
I
outside.
mixed.
I don't know if you're in there yet. Okay.
Okay, you can be in tomorrow.
Oh, okay, so I just walk in here though, the same,
Yeah, you come in through here and then we'll go that way.
oh, at 9, right?
This is kind of narrow on the side, kind of. It looks like something.
Is it easy to push this next?
I haven't done it. After all this stuff. Do I?
So in my letter, we'll see where in the minutes is closing and
Alright. It is now 10:08 PM and I'm calling back to order the Sunnyvale School District regular board meeting. We have some announcements from closed session. Our Chief Teaching and Learning Officer, Dr. Tasha Dean, has announced her retirement from the Sunnyvale School District. The board wishes to express our appreciation for extended service to the district in several capacities that has stretched over the past 13 years. Dr. Dean has drafted a retirement announcement to district personnel that will be distributed tomorrow. The board voted unanimously in closed session to enter a separation and release agreement with Dr. Dean that confirms the terms of her retirement from the district and various retirement benefits. We wish Dr. Dean all the best in her future endeavors. Additionally, during its recently concluded closed session, the board voted to approve a settlement agreement resolving the employment of a permanent classified employee number 372926. Under the terms of this agreement, the vote was unanimous. Under the terms of the agreement, the employee agrees to submit their resignation from the district. The district agrees to not initiate further proceedings in connection with the employee's employment, and the employee agrees to waive and release the district from any and all legal claims relating to or arising out of their employment with the district. And we will be moving to adjournment.
The informational item. You just announced that.
Oh. The informational item. Okay, so in 14A, we have an informational item that is the 2026-2030 demographers report. And we had a previous presentation about that. Moving on to further meetings and adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
We've never done that before.
Okay, if there's no objection, I'll say, this meeting is adjourned at 10:10 PM until tomorrow, Friday, January 16th, 2026, 9 AM. We have a governance board meeting. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.